Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to the third session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great, amazing. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Others will join, and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, others can keep on joining in the meantime. We'll do a quick recap of what we studied yesterday. So, yesterday we had taken up for discussion the topic precedent, and we discussed about some very basic elements of what do you mean by proportional representation, what is single transferable vote, then also other conditions of service, why is the election indirect, what about the salary, allowances, perks, etc., right? Then we saw the tenure, qualification, the eligibility criteria, and of course the procedure of impeachment, Article 61, right? So all these topics were covered yesterday. Then very important, we also saw Article 74, and this is the article which I hope help you understand that the real power in a country does not lie with the president but with the prime minister, right? So this was the deciding factor in our country. When we became independent, we chose the parliamentary form of government. Of course, the reason being, it ensures an accountable form of government, which we'll see shortly. And it also ensures that the, or rather, we're already very well acquainted with the system in place. Hence, of course, a natural inclination to choosing the parliamentary form of government, where the real powers lie with the PM, who is the boss. Then also Article 361, which is the immunity given to the president as well as the governors. No arrest, no imprisonment, no criminal case, and even a civil case can only be filed after giving 2 months of prior notice. Clear? That's it. Now, I hope you have revised the PPTs. We'll get to know shortly whether you have revised or not. I hope you have also started reading the book Political Theory. Chapter 2 must be over by now. I hope you have been, at least the ones who are taking the exam next year, are following monthly magazine. And then for everybody, I believe you must be reading the Yojana Kurukshetra. So, couple of pages of Yojana and couple of pages of Kurukshetra. The target should be to at least read two articles, the gist of two articles every day. One's Yojana, then Kurukshetra, right? And then finally, you must also read editorials. So once this is done, let's move on to discuss the topics at hand today. But before that, the very first few minutes will be spent on some practice questions, some MCQs. Let's begin now. You know the deal. You'll get 45 seconds to mark your answers. Please mark your answer. A lot of you got this correct. A. Just a minute, guys. Okay, yes. So the answer for this question is only one. The president is elected by an electoral college consisting of elected members of parliament and the state legislative assemblies. And here, states would mean also include the UTs of Pondicherry and Delhi. Please tell me which article is this? I would really want to know which article is this. Complete silence. Okay, great. A lot of you are absolutely correct. This is Article 54. One is correct. Nominated members of both houses of the parliament and the state. Nominated members, of course, won't take part in the elections. So, two is wrong. The voting is done by open. No, no, no. The voting is done by a secret ballot. Yes or no? Secret ballot. So, how many statements are correct? Only one is correct. A is the answer. Okay. Moving on to the second question. I hope you saw this phrase incorrect. Please type how many did not see this incorrect and mark the correct one. Again, the president can be removed from his or her office only on the ground of violation of constitution. Absolutely correct. There's only one ground, which is violation of constitution. Right? The impeachment charges against the president can be initiated by either house of parliament or assemblies. No, no, no. States have no say, right? States have no say in initiating such procedures. Only the elected members of parliament can participate in the impeachment of the president. Clear? So only elected members can take part. That's also wrong because all the MPs take part. We saw the statement yesterday that every MP takes part. So 3 is also wrong. How many are incorrect? B. Only 2 are incorrect. Let's move on to question number 3. Please mark the answer. A lot of you mark this incorrect. That's surprising. Please tell me which two statements are correct, since a lot of you have marked two statements as correct. I'd love to know which two statements are correct. President submits his resignation to Chief Justice of India. Really? The President submits the resignation to the Vice President of India, who has to immediately inform the Speaker. Wrong. Under Article 61, at least two-thirds MPs, members of the House, are required to initiate the procedure of impeachment. It's not two-thirds MPs who are required to initiate, two-thirds are required for voting. Please tell me how many MPs are required to initiate the procedure. Absolutely correct. 40, 20, 50. What is this nonsense? One fourth. A lot of you are marking this correctly. One fourth MPs are required to initiate this procedure, and then voting takes place, and then it is sent to the other house. Charges are investigated, and finally the person is impeached if both the houses pass it with a two-third of the total membership majority. Clear? So 1 and 2 are wrong, and 3 is of course correct. The president can hold his office beyond 5 years. So how many are correct? A, only 1 is correct. Now, moving on to question number 4. Please mark the answer. If anyone cannot see the question, refresh the screen. You will get the question. Great, a lot of you got this correct. How did people miss this also? With reference to Schedule 2, Schedule 2 contains salaries, emoluments. Which of the following dignitaries the salary is not mentioned? Director CBI, not mentioned. Prime Minister, not mentioned. Chairman UPSC, not mentioned. High Court judges, mentioned. 1, 2, 3. Salary is not mentioned. Salary of the president is mentioned. Salary of the governor is mentioned. Salary of presiding officers, deputy presiding officers, salary of Supreme Court judges, salary of High Court judges, and the salary of CAG is mentioned. Are we clear on this? So 1, 2, and 3, salary not mentioned. Very easy as a question. Let's move on. And the fifth, the last question for today. Please mark the answer. Oh, amazing. And somebody saying answer is B, but I marked C. Sir, you are wrong. Double E. Okay, guys, I would want to know, since a lot of you have marked two statements as correct, which state two statements are correct? Please, I urge you to tell me. 1 and 2, 1 and 3. How sweet. 1 is correct. Absolutely correct. I fully agree with everybody. The 42nd Amendment Act made the aid and advice of PM binding. Fair enough. The 44th Amendment Act allows the president to return back the advice any number of times. Send back once. Send back once. Once means just once. One time only. Not any number of times. So this is bogus, wrong. As per the Constitution, the Chief Justice of India acts as the President in case of vacancy in the office of President and Vice President. Is it correct? Please tell me. It is not correct because it is not as per the Constitution. Remember 1969, we had to make a special law for that. That was the President Discharge of Functions Act, because in the Constitution it only says if this post is empty, the VP takes over as the President. Done. So 3 is also wrong. A, only 1 is the right answer. Okay. Tell me, how was the experience today? Now it's been 2 days of tests. What do you think is lacking? Now, of course, those who are saying good and brilliant, their name must be there in the leaderboard. I am sure of it. That's why this happiness. Let's see. Oh, 15 people got all 5 correct. Amazing. Rajanandini, Maria, Anita, Surya, Yuvraj, Khushi, Kumari, Shubhangi, Ritu, Nikki, A. Tom, Krishnendu, Bera, Kaustab, Kirtiraj, Rohit, Sarojini. Then we have Alfred, Shruti, Nikhil, Arya, Chandru, Samir, etc. Amazing, yeah? Okay. Is this option clear as per the Constitution? So it's all mentioned. I think there's nothing that was not mentioned in the slides. So what is lacking now? What do you think? What is lacking? Two things. Number 1 is read the question correctly, and number 2, revise. Okay, keep on revising more number of times. That's it. Great. So in future we'll see some kind of change in the toppers. We'll have new toppers hopefully. Okay. Great. Let's begin our discussion now for the day. Back to our topic at hand, the Indian president, and that is the executive powers of the Indian president. So what's the executive power of the Indian president? Now, let me just clarify one very important point. And that point is that the executive powers, financial power, judicial power, clemency power, you see all these powers mentioned, and we have categorized it. Your books also categorize it. Lakshmikant also has categorized it. But the Constitution does not categorize all these things. We, people of the country, right, students, faculty, academia, we categorize these powers for easy understanding. Clear? The Constitution does not categorize all these things. Anyway, let's come to the very first point, executive powers. These are all the executive powers of the president. Now, before I begin, let me tell you one thing. Please always assume that it is not the power of president. Who has the powers in reality in the country? Please tell me, who has the powers in reality? The Prime Minister. Okay. So you may see all these executive government powers to issue orders, make appointments, etc. But even though we say that the president is issuing the order. President signs the order, but it is always being done under Article 74, the advice of the Prime Minister. I will not repeat this again and again. It has to be assumed. If, if at all, there is some genuine power of the president which he or she can use on his own, of his own free will, discretion, I will let you know. Otherwise, always assume it's Article 74. Are we clear on this? Everybody? I hope we will not forget this statement made by me. Until and unless I have specifically mentioned that there's a slide towards the end of the chapter where I will tell you these are the powers of the president. Beyond that, please don't assume anything. It is always to be assumed Article 74. It is always the Prime Minister's power. Clear? Let's begin now. All executive actions, all orders that the government issues of the government of India are formally, officially taken in her name. So even though uh, we know Article 74, the PM is the real deciding factor, but officially it is the president who is signing the order. We are all doing tasks in the name of the president. Clear? Point one. Then Article 74, we already seen that yesterday only, the president to act on the advice of Council of Ministers. Then all officers enjoy office during her pleasure. I'll come to this point shortly. Don't worry. I'll explain this shortly. Then Article 75, the president appoints the prime minister and the other ministers on the advice of prime minister. Okay, but it is not her real power. She has to choose that person only who has won the election, who has the majority in the Lok Sabha. Then look at all these things. She appoints the AG. What is AG? Any idea? What is this person called, or who is this person called AG? Not the Hindi word AG, right? This person is Attorney General. Then CAG. You can Google search for the full form here. Comptroller and Auditor General. CEC. What is CEC? The Chief Election Commissioner. What are ECs? Election Commissioner. Chairman and members of UPSC, Union Public Service Commission, FC, Finance Commission, governors of states. Everybody is appointed by the president. But in reality, who is appointing all these people? The prime minister is appointing all these people, not the president. But we say that since formally all executive actions are being taken in her name, so formally the president, in reality the prime minister. Clear? Then she will make rules for transaction of business of the union government and for allocation of business amongst the ministers. Now, what is this criteria? So basically, government has to perform lot of tasks. For example, the government has to perform the task of running the administration, deciding foreign policy, economic policies, all these things. That's the nature of business they transact. What's your business today? Your business today is to prepare for UPSC. Go to your college, right? Help in your maybe your younger siblings in their education, studies, etc. Right? Be an informed citizen. That's your business. The government business is running the country. So how does a government transact its business? What rules, regulations to follow? What steps to follow? These rules are made by the president. Okay, but again we know very well that these are all the powers of the what? Article 74. So this is under Article 77 clause 3. She will make rules for the transaction of business. So there are two rules. Government of India transaction of business rules and Government of India allocation of business rules. Which task will be allocated to which minister? Right? So this is with respect to the rules that the president makes. Then she will lay down, meaning submit. Lay down means to submit. Submit. Table. The reports that are submitted by constitutional bodies in the parliament. So the constitutional plus also statutory bodies, all these bodies prepare annual reports of their tasks, their functions, etc. Right? These bodies will give the report that they prepare to the president, and the president will lay down these reports in the parliament. Clear? Then she can appoint a commission to investigate into the conditions of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. Then the minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the president. So we have seen two things now. Pleasure. Ministers are holding office during her pleasure, and also officers enjoy their office during her pleasure. So what is this pleasure? Meaning, tomorrow, if the president feels, no, no, I am not in a good mood, you IS officer, get lost, job taken away. Is it possible? I mean, yes and no. Not in this sense, but yes, your job can be taken away. As an officer, you are not hired by the government as some kind of, on a contract. You have to perform some duties. If you fail to perform your duties, you can be removed from service at any point of time. Okay. Now, first thing is the pleasure with respect to officers. This, as we know, is Article 310. Right? Now, here there are two duties of officers. What are the two duties of officers? Duty number one of every officer: you have to be responsible towards the minister, because you are going to work under the minister. And second duty is going to be, you have to be responsive to the needs of people, citizens. Okay. And if you fail to perform these duties, you will be removed from service. It's possible, right? So, failure to perform these duties can be a ground for removal. Can be, I mean, of course, conditions apply, right? So this is the pleasure for the officers. This is not her real power, it's the government's power, right? If the government feels that you have failed to meet those two duties, then sorry, tata, bye bye. The second thing is for the ministers. Now, what is this for the ministers? This is firstly mentioned under Article 75, Clause 2. Okay. Now, one situation where he or she can exercise their choice is in case of a hung parliament. Here they can appoint any person as a prime minister. Now, what is the meaning of hung parliament? So let me explain. Hung parliament basically refers to a situation where when no party gets majority. Okay, so what's the meaning here? Let's assume, example, in the case of Lok Sabha, in Lok Sabha, what is the total membership? Any idea? What's the total membership in Lok Sabha? No? 543. Okay. Total 543 seats are there. In case anybody wants to form the government, or when you say somebody has or some party has won the election, they basically win the majority. So what is this majority to form the government? This majority is more than 50%, more than half. So please calculate half of it. 543, half is how much? 271.5. We cannot have zero point 0.5 human being. That will be very weird. So more than half, which means 272. So if any party wins 272 seats, meaning if MPs of any party, right, there are 272 seats won by the politicians of say BJP or Congress, we say that party has won the election. Clear? But let's take an example now. In the election 2024, let's say BJP wins 250 seats and Congress wins 250 seats, and which party? Let's assume Aam Aadmi Party wins 43 seats. Okay? Now tell me which party has won the election? Which party controls majority? Please tell me. No party, right? So, in this situation, the president can call the leader of BJP also, leader of Congress also. Ask them, guys, do you want to form the government? Okay, Mr. Narendra Modi, you are the prime minister. Please get the support of people. I want to see. Are we clear? This is the example of hung parliament. Okay, hung parliament. When no party gets majority, the president can appoint any person as a prime minister. It is just basic maths. I think 272 is more than 250. If you are finding this difficult, then life is very tough ahead. Right? Okay. This is case 1. Now, case 2. See, as far as the elections are concerned, of course, after winning the election, leader of leader of the party which has won the election is called to be the prime minister. He or she becomes the prime minister, and when he or she becomes the prime minister, then what happens? Then he or she chooses some of his favorite people, best friends, and they are made ministers by the president. So basically, the ministers are appointed by the president. Ministers are appointed by the president, but on the advice of prime minister. Now, the point is that can the minister be removed by the president? So again, the answer is yes and no. Let's take an example. Let us say that when it comes to, say, Home Minister, the President gets some information about the Home Minister, that the Home Minister is constantly involved in a conversation with Imran Khan from Pakistan. Possible? Okay. So when it comes to this information, the President goes to PM saying, PM, your Home Minister is constantly uh, no sending WhatsApp texts, good morning, good evening, text with a cup of tea, text with more punk, etc. What is this? Remove him from the post. The PM says, no, sir, it's all fake news. Come on. How do you believe? False, photoshopped, photoshopped. Okay. After a few days, again the president gets some information. He goes to the PM and says, sir, now I have seen information that your home minister is constantly having video call, FaceTime, 3 hours WhatsApp video call with Imran Khan. Please remove him. He is violating the integrity and purity of administration. What is all this? The PM says, no, sir. Again, how do you believe this is all false? Photoshop. Again, the matter is over. After a few days now, if the president gets some live feed, live recording of a rooftop party going on involving Home Minister and Imran Khan, and drone shots have been taken of the rooftop party. Now the president goes and says, sir, what is this? What is this? Your minister is enjoying rooftop party. Please remove him. The PM says, sorry, sir, I can't. BFFs for life. Can't remove. In this situation, after sufficient warning and based on genuine evidence, the president, to maintain the purity and ethics and integrity of administration, can remove the minister also. Okay? So, to maintain the ethics, the purity and integrity of administration, right? But it should be based on concrete evidence, and we should have given sufficient warning. This is actually the real power of the president. This one. These two are the discretion of the president. What's the meaning of discretion? The real power of the president. Discretion of the president. He will do this on his or her own, out of his or her own will. I hope this point is clear. Okay. Now let's move on to some other points. She can also appoint an interstate council to promote center-state relations, right? Interstate council can be appointed. This is the provision under Article 263, that the president can create an interstate council. Who is creating it actually? The Prime Minister, not the President. Are we clear on this? Okay. Then she directly administers UTs. What is a UT? Fellow aspirants, please, what is UT? Union Territory. Union Territory. UT. So the UTs are headed by a person called administrator, right? The administrator is also appointed by the president only. You know very well. It is all Article 74. Then she can declare any area as a scheduled area. Now, in our country, there are certain parts which are categorized as a scheduled area. Now, what exactly is this scheduled area? We'll discuss later on. Scheduled area, just for your basic understanding, is an area with preponderance of tribal population. If in any area more than 50% people are tribals, then the president can declare that small area to be a scheduled area. It's possible. Okay. Again, I am telling you, it's Article 74. These are all facts, nothing to explain here. If the president will appoint, then he can appoint. Are we clear? Okay. Then we have Article 78. Now, what is Article 78? This is Article 78. Don't worry, don't panic. First two points are the same only. Let me explain. Who has the power? Who has the power to perform functions in the country? Prime Minister. Of course. Every major policy decision, despite the official sign, approval is of the president, but in reality, it is the Prime Minister. But despite this, it is mandatory. It is a constitutional duty of the PM to furnish information. Duty of the Prime Minister to furnish information to the president. On what? To communicate to the president all decisions of Council of Ministers relating to the administration of the affairs of union and proposals for legislation. All the government decisions that the ministers are planning to take, please inform the president. And if you are planning to bring any bill, please inform the president. Clear? Point number one. Point number two, you also have to furnish, give, provide. Furnish is an English word, right? You also have to provide such information relating to the administration of the affairs of union and proposals for legislation as the president may call for. Meaning, whatever the president asks, government, prime minister, what have you been doing in the last 10 days? What are your plans? What proposals for passing bills, etc.? Show it to me. I want to know. I'm getting bored here. Please. So, you have to furnish all that information. And lastly, very important is this point. Please tell me something. Is the president bound by the advice of Council of Ministers? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, very good. Who says no? Who is saying no in between? Anyway, one person can be ignored. So, yes. But my question is, second question is, does he have to follow the advice of a single minister or the entire council? He is bound by the advice of a single minister or the entire council? Entire council, of course. This Article 78 Clause C says the same thing, that if an individual minister gives any advice to the president that, sir, please sign this order. From tomorrow, the tomato price is again going to be 100 rupees. Please sign it. Now the president can question this. He can say, she can say, is this your advice? Does the PM know? Do ministers know? I don't trust you. You please get the confirmation of all the ministers. And she'll send a WhatsApp group message. Right? WhatsApp group message at, guys, your minister has come and says that this advice of increasing the prices of tomatoes, should I sign it? So if the minister say yes, madam, we only have told you sign, please, then it's okay. So if the president so requires, if she requires to submit for the consideration of the entire council, to submit for their consideration any matter on which a decision has been taken by one minister, but which has not been considered by the council, but the decision has not been conveyed to her by the entire council, but one minister, she can, are we clear? She can ask the entire council to reconsider also. That's, I don't think this is your advice. I think this minister is acting over smart. He or she is giving me advice on his or her own. Okay, everybody clear? Article 78. So I'll repeat this in short. What's the meaning of this? Who is this Bhavesh here? Bhavesh, you are the one who was 15.5 years old, right, Bhavesh? Am I correct? Which class are you in, Bhavesh? Okay. In the meantime, Bhavesh responds because Bhavesh, you are asking, is it okay to be Ananya Pandey's fan? So if you do this nonsense, we'll have to track you individually, and things can get very nasty for you. It's a public platform, right? So it's very easy to spot you and push you out of this forum, right? Okay, Mr. Bhavesh. So let's be serious. Anyway, oh, Bhuvnesh. Okay, my bad. So somebody, this Bhavesh is there, somebody different completely. Now, third point, I'll repeat once again that in case, the summary of this is, in case the president gets this advice from an individual minister and he or she feels that maybe this advice is an advice of the individual minister only, then he or she may ask the president, ask the other ministers to clarify whether it is the advice that comes from the entire council or is it the advice of only one minister. That's also there. A.S. Hussain, your question makes no sense. Official Secrets Act, how is it linked to Article 78 here? President is the head of the country. What is the secret? There is no secret. Okay. No, Hardeep. That will not be any ground of removal. No. Article 78, yes, very important. Okay, done. Executive powers are over. Now see, UPSC has crossed that point where UPSC starts asking uh, questions. Please write the functions of president. It may be unlikely, but I cannot claim all these statements, right? I cannot claim all these statements that it won't be asked. It can be asked, possible. So it's better to at least mug up some of the functions. Clear? Don't just ignore all the functions. I'm not saying mug up by heart all of them, but it may be asked. We don't ever know. So at least some functions you should know, right? Okay. Please solve this question, which was asked in the year 2012. Let's see how many of you get it right. Gaurav, why are you discussing a bill here? We'll discuss bills later on. We are only discussing executive order. Now, Bhavesh, okay. Now your question is appropriate. Why is the president called the supreme commander? Because it is mentioned in the constitution. That's why. We'll discuss it shortly. Just wait. Answer, please. The president shall make rules for the more convenient transaction of business and for the allocation among ministers of the said business. Of course, it is correct. Which two rules are there? Government of India, allocation of business rules. Government of India, transaction of business rules. Fair. Second one, all executive actions of Government of India shall be expressed to be taken in the name of what? The president. So 2 is wrong, 1 is right, A 1 only. That's it. Now let's move on to the financial powers. Again, nothing much to study here. It is just a mugging up exercise because all these powers are not his or her real powers. They are all on the advice of Article 74. Money bills can be introduced in the parliament only with her prior recommendation. Okay, so what is a money bill, etc. later on. Just remember this point, that money bills can be introduced in the parliament only with the prior permission recommendation of the what? President. Clear? Then she can make advances out of contingency fund of India to meet any unforeseen expenditure. Tell me, which article is this? As I said, what is money bill? Please, we'll discuss it in the chapter Parliament. Please also follow what I'm saying. Don't disappoint me at every point of time. Okay. A lot of you are correct. Some of you are slightly confused. It is basically Article 260, what? 6 or 7? It's Article 267 because 266 is CFI and PAI. So contingent, remember I told you example of how when relatives go away, they give you some money and mom takes all the money. Same thing. Contingency Fund of India. Then she will constitute a finance commission after every 5 years. This is Article 280. Again, details later on what exactly is a finance commission and what tasks do they perform. Okay. Now military powers. So also understand that officially, okay, not in reality, officially, because the president is the head of the state, she is known as the supreme commander of the defense forces. This is Article 53. Article is not really important here, but this is Article 53, Clause 2. She is a supreme commander of the defense forces. But don't think that the president has the power to declare war on Pakistan, etc. That is not her power. It's the power of prime minister. Okay, so the PM can declare war on Pakistan and China, not the president. And all these things, military powers that are there, they are all regulated by law, meaning regulated by the parliament. Are we clear on this? They are controlled by the parliament. So yes, the president is called the supreme commander of defense forces. As per the constitution, it is just a formal ceremonial position. Don't feel that she can do anything she wants. Clear? Okay. Somebody is asking who is next to CJI. Wait, okay, you have spotted the CJI. The former president Ram Nath Kovind. Okay. Okay. Now, some judicial power. What is the judicial power? That she will appoint the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts. Judges of Supreme Court and, mind you, also High Courts. So judges of High Courts are not appointed by the governor, but the judges are appointed by the president only. Clear? Now, what is the exact procedure all these things later on. But as of now, sufficient information that she appoints the Chief Justice and the judges of the Supreme Court and the HC High Courts. Now comes a very, very interesting part, which is called what? Clemency power. So, what is this clemency power? This clemency power is a power of mercy. So, the President of India can show mercy also. Let me explain how this system works. Let us say you have been punished by a trial court, a subordinate court. You complain, you don't like the punishment. You go to the high court. That high court, lower court is punishing me. I don't like this punishment. Please save me. High court says, sorry, sorry. Lower court is correct. Come on, go to jail. Death sentence, hanged, killed. You run to Supreme Court. Supreme Court, Supreme Court, please save me. All these courts are wrong. They are punishing me. You go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court says they are absolutely correct. Come on, get lost. Go to jail. Now, what do you do? What do you do now? Now, do you sit at home and cry? Or in the jail? Of course. That's what you can do. Sit in the jail and follow the punishment. But there is one opportunity given to you. What you can do is, after accepting the punishment, you can request the president. Request that president, courts have punished me. They have found me guilty. You please show some mercy on me. Can you show some mercy? And the president, if she feels like it, may show mercy over you. Are we clear? This is called clemency or mercy power, mentioned under Article 72. And we also have similar power with governors also in the states. This is mentioned under Article 161. Okay, anyway, when we study governor, we'll come to understand their mercy power. See, this is nothing unique. Mercy power. You go to various countries and their heads also have a similar kind of power. For example, you go to USA. In USA, you will find that under Article 2, Section 2, the president has the same mercy power. Article 2, Section 2. You go to UK. In UK, the crown, the king, the queen, the monarch, they have the mercy power. They can forgive people. But this is also done on the advice of Council of Ministers, COM's advice. Are we clear? Then you go to Canada. In Canada, again, your court punishment. What is mercy? When the court punishes you, mercy is shown and the punishment is reduced or removed. So in Canada, there's a separate body only. That body is called National Parole Board. This body's task is to this is an independent body, acts like a tribunal, and its task is to report to the parliament and can show mercy on people given punishment by the court. You go to Malaysia. In Malaysia, they have a very interesting concept, and that is a pardon board. So in Malaysia, the royal there, the Agong, the king of Malaysia, king forgives people. Article 42 on advice of pardon board. So various countries have a similar kind of power called clemency power. It's available internationally also. So nothing unique in India. Okay. Now, what are the various what are the various types of mercy powers that are there, or in what all ways can you be forgiven? You can be pardoned, your punishment can be commuted, remission can be shown, respite can be shown, reprieve can be shown. All these things can be shown to you. Starting with the very first one, pardon. What is pardon? Whatever punishment you have received, death sentence, jail sentence, 5-year jail, 10-year jail, 10 crore fine, it does not matter. If the president shows pardons you, it would mean your punishment, the sentence, the conviction, everything is removed. You are absolved, free from all the guilt. In short, you are free to go. Go enjoy your life. Right? Ja Simran. Ja. Free to go. Best possible form of uh, clemency or pardon. All the mistakes, everything that you have done, right? The president says, okay, go enjoy, live your life. Now, second is commutation. Now, what is this commutation? Commutation means changing the character of punishment. Let's assume, for example, somebody has been given a death sentence. Death sentence has been given. So in India, we are given we are we are given death sentences also, right? Now, when you are given death sentence, then the punishment can be commuted, meaning it can be changed, it can be reduced. How? So how can you reduce the death sentence? You can't kill somebody lesser, kill him less. No. What you can do is death sentence can be transformed. The character of the death sentence can be changed into, say, a jail sentence. It could be a life imprisonment. It could be 20 years jail, 15 years jail, 10 years jail, all such things. Are we clear on this? Okay. Great. Then remission. Remission is a third type where the period of sentence is reduced. For example, if you are given 15 years jail, this will be reduced to, say, 5 years jail. Okay. This is what is called remission. Are we clear? Remission means to reduce the period of punishment. Then we have respite. Now, what is respite? Have you observed this very unique point that whenever any big politician, big businessman, etc., whenever he or she is arrested or is convicted, immediately, immediately, their heart rate, right, increases, blood pressure increases, their sugar levels drop or rise, and suddenly they have to be taken to the hospital. Otherwise, they are okay, enjoying their life, chilling, partying. But when you want to punish them, then they suddenly develop all these things, right? So now, if you are given some kind of punishment, now on a more serious note, if you are given some kind of punishment, but if you are sent to jail, and in jail, jail is a difficult place to live, of course. So in the jail, there could be huge challenges for you. And what if in the jail you have contracted some disease? It's possible. Maybe pandemic, COVID, that's possible, or any kind of disease. Now, during that disease, you may not be able to fulfill your responsibilities properly, right? That's a very serious concern. So we have to take you to the hospital and keep you there. And hospital is 100 times better than a jail. Okay, so in case somebody here becomes an IPS officer, you can go and see the jail. Otherwise, if you do some great things in life, you'll end up being in the jail. That's also there. Multiple options. Choice is yours. So the jails in our country are difficult places to live, and don't think of, when you see the movies of USA and Sweden and Norway, you think, oh, jails are like that only. Balanced diet is there, neat and clean room is there. In some country like Sweden, etc., uh, the jails there also allow you internet access to books. It's like you go to jail in Sweden, stay for 1 year, prepare for UPSC, and come back and clear the examination. That can be a situation. But don't plan all these things. Stop booking tickets of Sweden. Anyone here? Please focus. Okay. Now, the idea being that for a temporary period, you will be given some respite. You'll be said, okay, don't worry, go to hospital, improve your health first, and then come, and then we'll punish you. That is called respite, awarding a lesser sentence on account of a special fact. This fact can be health, this fact can be some disease, this fact can be injury, etc. Clear? Now, before we discuss reprieve, let's come back to commutation once again to have a better understanding. Let us assume that you have what injury? In the jail, if you are, let's say, cooking food, and the entire the dish falls on you, you have burn, third degree burn, severe burn, that's an injury, right? Do I need to now explain what is injury, right? So please, all these things. Now, one more thing, as we're discussing, Tejas, can this commutation be in reverse manner? Jail sentence to death sentence? Why will this happen? This is a mercy power. Why will mercy be more harsh? President has no power to punish you. He can only offer you what? President can only offer you mercy. The courts can punish you. It cannot work in reverse. Clear? Okay. Yes, in respite, what happens? Once your condition improves, you come back in the jail and continue. Clear? Now, let's come to commutation. When it comes to commutation, changing the character of the punishment, let us assume today is 30th of August 2023. You are given death sentence by the court. Let's assume that somebody here is given death sentence by the court. Now, what happens? This means that after, say, 14 days, the court says that on the 15th of, say, September, this person must be hanged till death. Clear? Hanged till death. Now, you will immediately do what? Send a letter to the president. that, sir, ma'am, please forgive me. Yes, yes, I know I made a mistake. I'm very, very sorry. I will not repeat it again. Don't kill me. Just keep me in jail. I'll improve my behavior. I'll be the good boy you want me to be. All these things. Clear? But you are sending a letter using Indian Postal Service. It may be possible that a letter reaches the president on the 16th of September. You have already been killed, right? Or. Even if your letter reaches in time, do you think the president will leave all her work aside and start looking into your application? It'll take some time. She has to study the entire case story. What happened? Why did the court give death sentence? What was the crime you committed? Because after all, in our country, courts give death sentence only in the rarest of rare, extreme cases, right? So if the court has chosen to give you death sentence, this means that it is okay, right? This means that you must have done something which would have invited such a strict punishment, right? Now, this means that the punishment meted out by the court to you has to be seen by the president. It would take some time. Now, what happens is when you request for commutation, before you request for commutation, you firstly request a reprieve. Now, what is a reprieve? Reprieve means you will ask the president that, President, I want you to please commute my death sentence. Please take your own time. Don't worry. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. No problem. I'll wait in jail only. But in the meantime, please don't kill me. Please suspend this. So, this reprieve is a temporary stay order, meaning this punishment of death will not be given to you. You will be asked, please wait, we'll kill you. So, temporary stay on the execution of the sentence pending the completion of clemency proceedings. In the meantime, the clemency proceedings are being heard by the president. She is thinking and on what to do. Should I show mercy or not? Then you can be in jail. You can wait for the president to decide and then tell you what is to be done, or tell the courts or tell the jail what is to be done. If she forgives you, then you sit in the jail. If she says, no, 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 you hang this person, no mercy, then you will be hanged. Are we clear, everybody? Haji Sheikh, tell me, what's the concern? So, guys, if you are joining in between and asking me to explain, that would not be appropriate. Don't do that. Have the courtesy that there are other people also. No, Sheikh, tell me the exact problem. Don't say I don't understand. I won't accept this. Exact problem. Zubia says, even if the victim is not ready to forgive. See, Zubia, there is nothing with respect to victim. The point is the court punishes you, right? So the president will show mercy. Now, of course, the president can take into consideration the victim's opinion also, but they are not bound. Are we clear? They are not bound at all to take the victim's opinion into consideration. That's the case. Are we clear? Everybody? So, quickly, I'll explain all these 5 points again, though recordings are available. If we join the class late and ask for repetitions, this class will never be over. So please don't do all this. Have the basic courtesy, etc. But I'll repeat this once again very quickly. Pardon means when the president, when I am, let's assume I am the president, I am showing pardon. Whatever punishment you have been given, death sentence, jail sentence, 1 year jail, 100 years jail, life imprisonment, I don't care. You are free. Go enjoy your life. Everything is removed. No punishment to you. Full enjoyment. The best form of clemency. Second is commutation. Commutation is used especially in case of death sentences because here the punishment is there, but the nature, the character has changed. So if you are given death sentence, I can transform the death sentence into a life imprisonment. Of course, death sentence is a very harsh punishment. So I am going to reduce it to what? Life imprisonment. And let me also clarify, life imprisonment means till the natural end of your life. Don't fall prey to cinema. Life imprisonment does not mean 14 years, it means till the natural end of your life. Okay, till you die. Now, third is remission. Here, again, the punishment remains. We don't change the nature, we are reducing the tenure of punishment. If you are given 20 years jail, we'll make it 10 years jail. Clear? So, punishment remains, but the tenure has been reduced, time period has been reduced. Then respite. Respite means if you have some special situation right now, let's say you are in jail and you have been given rigorous imprisonment, that you have to also perform jail duty, cleaning all the washrooms, cooking all the food, right? And suddenly you get pneumonia, jaundice. Now you cannot perform those duties. So for a temporary period, you will be given some relief that okay, don't worry, you go to hospital, we are sending you to hospital, you take care. Once you are back, again jail. Are we clear on this? And then finally, reprieve. Reprieve is the way, reprieve is the way used by the people on death sentence, death row, waiting for the hanging. So they will ask the president that, sir, ma'am, please put a stay order. In the meantime, I'm sending commutation. Please accept it. Are we clear? Everybody? These are the 5 different forms of clemency shown about it. Now, Supreme Court over the years has given some statements on clemency. First things first, Supreme Court says that see, President, whatever decision you take, either to show clemency, mercy, or don't show mercy, it can be judicially reviewed. Because the idea of showing mercy, see, when you show mercy on somebody, let's say somebody has committed a very heinous crime. Now, in that case, if you show mercy, it can negatively impact the family of victim. It can negatively impact society also. It can it can set a very wrong precedent for future also. So please do not show mercy on extraneous grounds like political loyalty, religion, caste, language, etc. Right? These should not be the grounds to show mercy. That is why when the president takes a decision, it is subject to judicial review. What is the meaning of judicial review? This means judiciary can check the constitutional or legal validity of a law or an executive decision. Are we clear? Okay, this with respect to the judicial review. So this was said way back in 1981 in the case called Maru Ram case, where the Supreme Court said that if you take a decision to show mercy, no problem, but we can actually question it. Second thing, the petitioner who is filing the request, who is filing the petition, he or she cannot insist on oral hearing, meaning the petitioner cannot say that, please, President, hear me out. I am very good at making emotional statements. That is my life. I was earlier an Indian Idol contestant. I can cry, roll on the floor, start crying there only, right? So, all this. You cannot seek all these things. Now, let me just tell you something. Uh, movies always corrupt our understanding. So back in 1990s, there was a movie which was a remake of a Hollywood movie starring Van Damme, Bloodsport. So this movie was Jigger. if I'm not wrong, Jigar. This movie starring Ajay Devgan and Karishma Kapoor. In the climax of you may not have seen this movie. Most of you, I'm sure, you would not have even heard of this movie. So, in the climax of this movie, there's a scene where it is shown that Ajay Devgan and Karishma Kapoor are going towards the governor to seek a clemency, pardon, carrying a pink rose in their hand. Now, this is not how clemency is sought. You sit in jail only, you write the application and send it. Don't have to carry a pink, blue, green, yellow rose to the president. Are you clear? You will not be allowed also. Clear? So a petitioner cannot insist on oral hearing. This is also said in one Kehar Singh judgment. These cases are not really important, but still. Kehar Singh case, 1989. Now, clemency powers are independent of judiciary. Are we clear? Clemency powers are independent of judiciary. So, one misconception that people have is that it is some judicial kind of power given to the president, right? No, no, no. Judicial punishments are separate. Okay? This is not a judicial power. It is not that you are challenging a Supreme Court's judgment. When the Supreme Court gives you a death sentence, you are not challenging that. You have accepted the punishment. Are we clear? You have accepted the punishment. All you are doing right now is what? You are simply asking President that, President, I accept my mistake. I am guilty. I committed the crime, but please forgive me. That is why it is a misconception that the President is trying to cancel Supreme Court judgment. No, no, no. Nothing is being cancelled. The Supreme Court judgment is there. You are being punished. It is just that because you are saying sorry, 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 the President says, oh, okay, forgive him. Clear? So it is independent of the judicial power. I hope this point is clear. And these 2 points are two different points. The language, the meaning, everything is different. I'll explain one more time. First point says, if I am the president, let's assume I am the president, you are the judge in Supreme Court. You have given somebody a punishment. The person comes to me running, saying, please forgive me. If I forgive the person, I am not questioning your judgment. Are you clear? Your judgment is correct. I am just showing some mercy from my side. I am showing some grace. Okay, go enjoy. Are we clear? It does not mean that I get the judicial power to question a Supreme Court judgment. No, no, no. The person did not come to me challenging your order. Like when we challenge the High Court order and go to Supreme Court. That is not the case happening here. It is independent. Judicial review means if I take the decision to show mercy, you can question that decision. On what reason did I choose? So I showed mercy because he or she belonged to the same religion, same language, same caste. Then you can question it. That this is wrong. Don't show mercy. Are we clear on this? Everybody now? Or still there is a problem? And just to summarize this, the clemency power, even this power, is not the president's power. Remember, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Until unless I tell you, everything is Article 74. This clemency has to be exercised on the advice of Council of Ministers. Even this is not the power of President. So don't think the President is showing mercy. No, no, no. It's the Home Ministry which shows mercy. Are we clear? Supreme Court has clarified this in the Shamsher Singh case of 1974. So sorry, President. This is not your power. This is a power of the government. Are we clear? Everybody. Okay. Oral hearing. English words. Do you have made it sound like an English class, some of you, right? Oral hearing, meaning orally, you want the president that president, please hear me out. I want to express my views in front of you. No, 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 no. Not possible. You be in the jail, you send me your application, I'll read it. Don't try. This is not Indian Idol audition. That please, I want to cry in front of you. No, no. You stay in the jail, you send me your application. I'll see what is the case all about. And now you know the Home Ministry sees what the case is all about, etc. And if the Home Ministry feels that okay, let's forgive, then you are forgiven in any form or manner which we have seen. Done. Okay. Now, one important point. Look at this commutation, for example. Now, in our country, we uh, give death sentence. That's the maximum punishment. Very few countries on the planet give death sentence, right? Around 55 such countries, as of now, are providing some kind of death sentence. So, not many countries give death sentence. In fact, 142 countries don't give death sentence, right? 142 countries don't have death sentence only. Whatever crime you commit, there is no option of death sentence. But India, USA, some states in USA, not all states, some states in USA, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, China, of course, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, right? These countries provide for death sentence. So India is in the great company of amazing countries like Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, China, Pakistan, which are known for human rights. Uh, anyway, now let's assume that the court has given you death sentence. You ask the president, please show mercy. Home Ministry, please show mercy. What do you think? What do you think is a sufficient time for the Home Ministry, the government, to take action on your request? Tell me, in how much time should they decide? 15 days, 30 days, 10 days, 5 years time. You should take 5 years to decide. Oh, 6 months. No, no, I am not saying what is mentioned. I am asking you in your opinion. That's why hear the question. No interest in hearing the question. The first rule of answer writing is this only: write what is asked, not what you know. The problem with some students here who take the class again is that they know some things and they try to show it off here. So please hear me out first. I am saying, in your opinion, if you were in the Home Ministry and a file comes to you to show remission, in how much time will you show remission? Tell me. 3 to 6 months, 15 days, 30 days, 1 2 months, 2 3 months, 126 days. How exact? Don't say as soon as possible. Give me an exact time. Okay, so most of you say 2 3 months, 15 days. Okay, fair enough. Can I safely say that within 6 months? Within 6 months, come what may. However, because see, I fully agree that Ministry of Home Affairs is a busy ministry, right? The ministers there, the staff there are busy in the other activities also, and your case may not be a priority for them. But maybe in 6 months' time, 1 year time, that should be way too much. For 1 year, you could not read the file. So that is too much. It was found in the country that there were several cases, 15 such prisoners spread across the country. In these cases, it was found that the president or the government had not responded for, in some case, 1 year, 1.5 years, and in some cases as long as 11 years also. For 11 years, the person is in jail, has filed for a clemency petition in the year 2003. It's 2014. He's still waiting. Now, 11 years you can't take to decide. This is wrong. So, this matter went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court in 2014 gave a judgment. That judgment was the Shatrughan Chauhan case of 2014. Now, in this case, a three-judge bench, chaired by the then Chief Justice P. Satasivam, it said that, see, in India, we do not give double punishment to people. No double punishment. Okay? If somebody is in jail, for say 10 years, 12 years, after 10 years, the order comes from Home Ministry. Clemency rejected. Kill him now. This means you are now subjecting the person to two punishments. One jail, one death also. That is wrong. Number two, imagine you are in the jail, right? You are in the jail, and in the jail, you are waiting every day. Every day. That what will happen? Every day at 3:30 or 4 when the postman comes to your jail to deliver letters, you run to the gate. Has my letter come? And no letter has come. You go back again, sitting in the barrack crying for 10 years. This is mental trauma, right? So, because excessive delay can cause mental trauma, and this is also possible double punishment. It is known as double jeopardy, but I'll write double punishment only for your easy understanding. So Supreme Court said that, listen, government, if you have take too much time, undue delay, if you useless delay, or insanity of convict, or if the convict in this duration goes mentally unstable, becomes insane. These are English words, best left for you to Google for the meaning. If there is too much of delay, 10 years, 5 years, 8 years, or in this waiting period, the convict becomes mentally unstable, then forget that you will do it. We will only commute that sentence. Right? The court said, we have punished, we will show mercy. If you don't show mercy, we will show mercy. So, undue delay and insanity of convict are possible grounds to justify commutation. Clear? Number two, no solitary confinement. No solitary confinement of death row convict. What is solitary confinement? Tell me. What is the meaning of solitary confinement? When you are confined separately from other prisoners, you are kept separately, all alone, right? Remember your pandemic days when you were sitting in the house, the comforts of your house, sitting amongst your own people, family, internet, and how difficult it was. It was becoming depressing. Now imagine somebody in the jail who is a death row convict, meaning death row convict, meaning somebody who is waiting for, or somebody who has been given death sentence, death row convict. What will be the emotional turmoil in his or her mind? Alone. So court said, don't put these people alone separately, they'll go crazy. Don't do it. Number three, every death patient or every death row convict should be made to undergo a regular mental health evaluation. Then there should be a minimum 14 days gap from the last remedy to date of execution. Now, what is the meaning of this and how did this come up? So back in 2012 and 2013. So in the year 2012, if you have ever heard of the 26/11 attacks, the one person who was caught, right? Kasab, Ajmal Kasab. Now this person was hanged in 2012. Later on, I think on 21st of November, and after a few months, I think on 9th of February, one Afzal Guru was hanged. Afzal Guru. Afzal Guru's hanging uh, captured lot of media attention. It was this person's hanging only, where some of the kids in one university were protesting. Right? They were calling it judicial killing, etc. Slogans like "Afzal hum sharminda hai, tere qatil zinda hai." All this nonsense was going on. But frankly, Afzal Guru was a mastermind of the Indian parliamentary attack in the year 2001. There is a series also on Hotstar, Special Ops, though it's a very stylized kind of series, but it is loosely based on this only, the parliamentary attack of 2001. So Afzal Guru was a mastermind. He had filed for a mercy petition which was rejected and he was hanged to death. But the Supreme Court raised a concern. It said, see, rejecting the petition, no problem. But when you are killing somebody, the state should show some dignity. For example, last remedy. What is the last remedy? Last remedy is going to be your clemency petition. If your clemency petition or request, what is petition? Request, has been rejected, you have to be executed, killed, death sentence. Between these two dates, there should be at least 14 days gap. Why? We want that you as an individual should be allowed to come to terms with what is going wrong, what went wrong, have some guilt, remorse, maybe pray to God, meet your family, etc. This time was not given to Mr. Guru, Afzal Guru. And that's the reason why the court said that from this date onwards, if you are going to reject anybody's mercy petition, please kill them after at least 14 days. Simple. Clear? And lastly, post mortem, examining how the person has died. Post mortem of all the executed convicts. If ever we are killing somebody, we have to conduct post mortem of them to find out, to establish the cause of death. What's the reason? How did they die? So, again, to tell you, there is this misconception amongst people that when somebody is killed or somebody is given death sentence, so how are people killed in death sentence? In death sentence, people are killed not because of choking. Okay, when you hang somebody, right, don't feel that they choke, because if you try to choke somebody, it will take 2-3 minutes for him to die. It's a very painful process, it's torture. So how does somebody die? Due to fear? Not due to fear. No, no. So the bone at the back of the neck breaks, punctures your vertebral column, and you die instantaneously. Instant death happens, right? The point is that we do not want you to suffer, even in death. This is the same thing that happens in other countries also. You go to USA, in USA, they give you injection, lethal injection. It's a 3 drug combination, right? And that lethal injection is starts with anesthesia, where you do not feel the pain, because you may be a criminal, you may have behaved like an animal, but the state cannot behave like an animal and cannot torture you. That will not be allowed. Clear? So post mortem has to be done to establish that people who have been hanged, they have died due to breaking of the bone only, and instant death has happened. Are we clear? This was the Supreme Court guideline in the Shatrughan Chauhan case. An example of the first case is that very recently, a couple of years back, there was this case in Bombay High Court where this Renuka Shinde, Seema Gavit, all these people, these two ladies, they had kidnapped 13 people and kidnapped many people. 13 were killed by them. 13 people killed by them, out of which at least 5 were kids. They were given death sentence, but they had applied for mercy petition. In fact, they would be the first women to be executed. But after 7 years and 10 months, the government did not respond, neither saying yes nor saying no. So Bombay High Court went ahead and said, okay, if you're not responding, we are commuting the death sentence into life imprisonment. Are we clear? So this is with respect to the Shatrughan Chauhan case 2014. That's it. Done. Now, a couple of points that I would like to mention here is, see, yes, Supreme Court's judgment is there in this regard that there should not be too much of delay. Beyond that, also, one small point that we should keep in mind is that this kind of, vagueness cannot be there. So, as of now, it is so vague, the provision, so vague that there is no time frame only for the government to decide. So, some suggestions. Number one, we have to fix an ideal time frame. Maybe 4 to 6 months, beyond which explain reasons for delay. If you are taking more than 6 months to decide, please tell the country what happened. Why is it taking so much time to decide? Second thing, now one such argument is that uh, government does not have sufficient time at hand to discuss all these things, right? So what would happen in this case is that if you are saying that home ministry is busy, do you think we have time to decide all these things? We have to take care of country's security. Nonsense. So no problem. Why don't we go the route of Malaysia? If you have no time at hand, then we can alternatively set up a pardon board. This can comprise of consisting of retired judges, maybe human rights activists, etc. They can give recommendations, right? They can give these recommendations on whether to show clemency or not. Clear? But these tasks should be taken with all sincerity. Anurag, please hear me out. I said they would have become the first women to be executed. They would have become, they did not become, right? Are we clear? Uh, Somebody says delayed response can't lead to execution of punishment. See, heinous crime or not, it does not matter, right? Uh, the court is or has now the full authority to go for clemency. And even in the case of the government, even in the case of government, the government has full right to go for clemency. Okay, former, yes, bhai, I have just given example, etc. You can add other people also, etc. Former IPS officers, NGO experts, academicians, people like you. Let's add you also there. No problem. Okay. So this is with respect to the clemency powers. I hope the point is clear. Somebody had raised a concern about the Gujarat's remission. No, that is not required to be known. But I will tell you the Bilkis Bano case and how does the government show remission when we study governor's power, because that is the relationship there, not here. So we'll discuss Bilkis Bano case when we study governor, not here. Here it's of no concern. Clear? Done. That's all as far as clemency is concerned. Uh, let's now move on to the other parts. But before that, let's take a quick break. And A.S. Hussain, it's mentioned, you can please watch the video. It may be very challenging to explain that entire 15-minute topic again, especially for after taking a third or fourth time class. It could be challenging. Please understand. Same goes for Devyanshi. Okay, last slide. I leave at this slide only. Let's take a break. Be back at 7:05. Break, please. Anurag always has these questions. How to solve questions such as provisions of Official Secret Arm Amendment Act? Uh, One thing I'd like to point out, somebody has raised a question that because a couple of questions were asked in the last year's prelims, we can never selectively prepare for a question. Don't do this. That is why the cutoff is 80-90 marks. If you try to selectively target questions, then you'll have to prepare for a lot of useless information. This exam is only cleared by people who, apart from putting in the effort, know where to put in the effort, right? So it's very, very important to know where to put in the effort. So I show you the PYQs for also you to understand that these are the questions asked and to know that this is the amount of knowledge required. Clear? We don't have to score full 100 marks or 200 marks, right? Not required. So smart preparation is more important. And of course, consistency is there. Yes, cases are important. Who's this? Rajeshri. It's very, very important. Every case I mention, please, guys, take it seriously. Cases are important. Arundhati, I think it was addressed by the expert. I saw your answer. Yes, Mayank Vadwani. Deep Shikha without divorce, not possible. Megha, what explain? Sir, please explain. Divya. Okay, guys, I'll explain this for some people, not some, just two people. But constantly bombarding with messages. I could have ignored, but anyway. See, understand this. Rather than, see, this is something I've observed with only few people. I see only those same 10 names I can point out. This means rather than hearing it out, or what I'm saying, you are willing and jumping to writing the question. Hear me out first. You have ample opportunity to ask your question. Right on day one, I said, don't act like some kind of person who is here to avail some service. Be the student you are. Be patient in hearing the explanation first. See, if today my clemency petition or request has been rejected, don't type the answer. Please hear me out. If today my clemency petition has been rejected by the court, this means what? If my clemency has been rejected, I have to undergo the death sentence. So, what was happening earlier was that immediately the person was being hanged. Now, tell me, if you are hanging somebody immediately, at least give them some chance to meet their family, right? Maybe pray, remorse, guilt, whatever. So, in this judgment, Supreme Court said, see, if today I am being, or my clemency petition is rejected, I can only be hanged after at least 14 days. 14 days gap must be there between what? Between the last remedy, which was a clemency petition, and the execution date when I'll be hanged. Are we clear now? Now, please, let's take a break. Be back.
Would you have energy to have a Uber class?
Okay, welcome back. Now let's continue with our discussion. We are now going to discuss the legislative powers. First up is the power wherein the president can summon or prorogue the parliament and can dissolve the Lok Sabha. Before that, one very important point. Let me explain what happens in the parliament. So, sessions in the parliament. So, in the parliament, we have three sessions. Session number one is the budget session. Session number two is the recently concluded monsoon session. And session three is the winter session. These are the three sessions that are there. Okay. Now, budget session is normally held from January to April. Monsoon session, July, August, and winter session, usually November, December. Now, these sessions are not mentioned in the constitution, so dates and all are not fixed. It may keep on changing. For example, this year the monsoon session was held from 20th of July to 11th of August. Last year the winter session was held from 7th of December to 23rd of December, only in December. So these things can keep on changing. What's a session? When all the MPs come, sit together, discuss, ask questions, discuss bills, proposals, etc. That's called a session. Session is the culmination of all these days where MPs meet in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Think of it that we have one polity session. What is that session? Which will comprise of 25 polity lectures. So every polity lecture that you see, something equivalent in the house is called a sitting. So what is a sitting? Sitting in the house. Now, when it comes to sitting, the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, this is the timeline. So the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, the houses start early in the morning at 11 a.m., very early. The first 1 hour till 12 is QH. QH stands for question hour. From 12 to 1 p.m. is ZH. ZH stands for 0 hour. Now, what happens in these things? We'll discuss under the module Parliament. Okay, so don't worry as of now. We'll discuss those things under Parliament. After 2 hours of intense work, our MPs get tired and they want a lunch break. So, lunch break for 1 hour. And from 2 to 6 p.m., this is where you have what we know as and call legislative business, meaning it is in these hours that bills are discussed and passed. This is what happens every day when the MPs meet in the house. Like our polity sitting starts at 5 o'clock. We have a break at around 6:45, 50, and then our polity sitting ends at 8:30. This is a polity sitting, or this is a parliamentary sitting. I hope this point is clear. Now, every day at 6 p.m., like every day at 8:30, I will tell you that it's okay, guys. Now you can leave the class. That's all for me for today, etc. Class is over. Let's come tomorrow, meet tomorrow. Now, when I officially end the class, similarly, the speaker, when they officially end the sitting, that is called adjournment. What is adjournment? Ending the sitting. Adjournment. It means sitting ends. And this is done by the presiding officer. Presiding officer is the boss of the house. He or she will adjourn, end the sitting. Sometimes, when the sitting ends, let's say in the month of April, last day of April, 6th of April, the sitting ends. Go home. And the session is also over. Now, next monsoon session, the presiding officer, the speaker, chairman, they don't know when the house has to come. So, when the date of next meeting is not fixed, we call that adjournment sine die. When date of next meeting is not fixed, it is known as adjournment, S-I-N-E, sine D-I-E, die, or sine die. Both pronunciations are correct. I hope this point is understood by everybody. Very simple, easy to understand. It's just a factual statement. So, on the last day of the polity sitting, I will tell you, okay, guys, polity syllabus is over now. It's not my mandate or is not under my control to tell you what's the next subject. Your management will tell you what to do next. Clear? So, I will not tell you, let's meet tomorrow again. That is called adjournment sine die. Till we meet again, if at all. That's sine die. Now, when the session begins, all the MPs are sitting in their house working for the betterment of themselves, betterment of their constituency, the people, etc. So, the MPs have to be called to Delhi. Come on, guys, come to Delhi. Let's talk, question the government, all these things. So, somebody has to call the MPs to begin the session. Beginning the session is called summoning the session. You are summoning all the MPs to come. So, what is that? Summon. What is the meaning of summon? Summon is to issue orders for session to begin. Summon, session begins. And when the session has to come to an end, officially somebody has to tell that, guys, now session is over, get lost, go back to your constituencies. So we use the word called prorogue, ROGUE. Session ends. Both these things are done officially by the President of India. Summoning a session, proroguing a session. Summon means session begins. Prorogue, prorogation means session ends. I hope this point is clear. This is what is Article 85 of the Indian Constitution. One more thing. Now, how many sessions will be there every year? You will say, sir, three. But are these sessions mentioned in the Constitution? No, they are not. Then what is mentioned in the Constitution? Only one thing. Now, can you observe one thing here? That after April, the next session begins in July. So there is a gap. between these two sessions? Yes or no? There is a gap between these two sessions and these two sessions. Again, a gap between these two sessions. What is this gap called? This gap is known as recess. Recess, like your lunch break gap. What the constitution says is the maximum gap between two sessions can only be 6 months, meaning every 6 months you must conduct a parliamentary session. All these things are mentioned under Article 85. Now, so you know that the president summons a session, president prorogues the session, not his real power, the PM asks him to, and dissolves the Lok Sabha. What's the meaning of dissolving Lok Sabha? Lok Sabha is not some piece of paper that can be dissolved, right? Or salt. What is the meaning of dissolving Lok Sabha? So, this word dissolving the Lok Sabha refers to all, all the MPs of Lok Sabha who are elected now. They are said 5 years are over. Come on, get lost. We'll have fresh elections. So, dissolve means the tenure, time period of the house. Which house? Lok Sabha ends. And what's the result? The result is fresh elections. This is called dissolving the Lok Sabha or dissolution. Clear? All these orders are issued by the president. Then, right to address. Now, one more thing. President has complete right to address people, the MPs in the house. Now, one is the optional right to address. He may or may not. Let us say the right to address means give a speech. Address. Here, the president is addressing the houses. Right to give a speech. So, let's say the president is watching some YouTube short at 3 a.m. at night, and suddenly he says, "Oh, motivational video on public speaking," and gets full motivation. I have to give a public speech. She can say, "Come on, MPs, tomorrow only. Come, I want to give a speech." It's possible. At any point of time, if she feels fit, she can address the houses. Either one house or both the houses assembled together. Possible. But this is a very important article, Article 87. This says that on certain occasions, it is mandatory for the president to give a speech. Like in your class, if the teacher asks you a question, you can answer at any point of time. But sometimes, on some occasions, it is mandatory for you to give answers in your viva, where the only answer you give is sorry, sir, sorry, ma'am. Remember the viva? So, the point here is that same thing. On certain occasions, you have to attend the viva and respond. Similarly, on special occasions, the president must give a speech. She cannot say, "No, I'm feeling shy, I can't. No, I'm too busy." Sorry, you have to. That is what is the mandatory address. And that has to be given to both the houses assembled together. Clear? Now, what 2 days? Number one, commencement of the first session after each general election to the Lok Sabha. First session after each general election to the Lok Sabha. Meaning, whenever elections take place and the newly elected MPs come, then the president on day one gives a joint speech. Secondly, on the first day of the first session of every year. So tell me, which is the first session? Tell me, which is the first session of every year? Of course, the first session of every year is the budget session, right? So on the in the budget session on the very first day, the budget session actually begins with president's speech. Budget session. Clear? So these are two occasions where it is mandatory for the president to give a speech. Then, right to send messages to the parliament. The president also has the right under Article 86, Clause 2. Don't panic when I write articles. I have to remember so much. No, most articles only content is sufficient. Okay, so don't. Towards the end of the chapter, president, I'll tell you which articles to be read. Right to send messages to parliament. So the president can send messages, not WhatsApp forwards and memes and jokes. Messages with respect to any pending bills, etc. Okay, these kind of messages that I want to know what is happening in the parliament. Please inform me. All these things. Apart from this, under Article 80, she also nominates. Again, I am telling you, it is mentioned that the president is nominating, but she is not nominating. It's the prime minister, Article 74. She nominates how many MPs? We saw yesterday only 12 members of the Rajya Sabha from amongst persons who have special knowledge or practical experience in the field of literature, in the field of science, in the field of art, in the field of social service. So, in those four fields, if you have special knowledge and practical experience, then you can directly be appointed as an MP in the Rajya Sabha. For example, this is the former CJI Justice, retired Justice Ranjan Gogoi, and this is the very famous Odissi and Bharatnatyam dancer, performer, Dr. Sonal Mansingh. Just some examples like PT Usha. Like a few years back, it was Sachin Tendulkar. Now you will say, but sir, sports is not mentioned. Art is mentioned, like PT Usha, athlete, runner. That's an art form. Playing cricket, art form, right? So under art form, they are nominated. Then the president decides on questions of disqualification of MPs in the parliament. So, whenever any MP is getting disqualified, MPs can get disqualified on various grounds. MPs can get disqualified if they are not Indian citizens. MPs can get disqualified if they become crazy, unsound mind. MPs can get disqualified if they become bankrupt. Vijay Mallya. MPs can become disqualified if they get any office of profit, benefit from government. But who decides on all these things? The decision is of the president. But don't think it's the president's power. This power is exercised after obtaining election commission's opinion. And this opinion is binding. Clear? So this is also not the power of the president, but actually the power of the Election Commission of India. This is also an Article 103, important article. Then, her prior recommendation or permission is needed to introduce certain types of bills. So, certain proposals or bills, before they can be introduced in the parliament, the prior permission of president is required. For example, we saw one today only, that was money bill. Now, what is a money bill, etc., things later on. One more example is Article 3. Don't worry, we'll discuss all these things later on. Then, the president can also summon a joint sitting of both the houses of the parliament. Joint sitting, combined sitting. Okay? This can also be done when both the houses have to sit together. Why and when, we'll discuss later on in the chapter Parliament, that if there is some conflict between both the houses on passing a bill, a proposal, then a joint sitting can be called. And lastly, extremely important is this point, ordinances. This is Article 123, extremely important. In fact, we have been discussing about the legislative powers, right? But to tell you frankly, as I said in the beginning of this class only, that all these powers, executive, judicial, clemency, nothing is mentioned in the constitution under these categories. Powers are mentioned, but the constitution does not categorize them as executive power, legislative power, judicial power. That has not been done. But there is one power which is called the legislative power of the president, and it is mentioned in the constitution also. The only thing that is mentioned is ordinances. This. Please read along with me. I'll explain what this ordinance is. See the chapter 3, part 5. Legislative power of the president, clearly mentioned. The only thing that is mentioned is this. If a question is asked on legislative powers, please don't write other things, they're all useless. This has to be written, and only this has to be written. So the power of president to promulgate ordinances. Promulgate ordinances. What is promulgate? Pass. Just like presidents are impeached, removed, but we call it impeached. Promulgate means to pass, approve, or approve. Power of the president to promulgate ordinance during recess. Please tell me what is the meaning of recess. Let's see how many of you are paying attention. What's the meaning of recess? Okay, gap between two sessions is called recess. And what's the maximum time? Recess can be what? For 6 months only. Clear? So the statement says, the article 123 says, if at any time, except when both houses of parliament are in session, meaning except that situation when both houses are in session, except that, right? Meaning if either house is in session or no house is in session, the president is satisfied that circumstances exist which make it necessary for him to take immediate action, he may promulgate such ordinances as the circumstances appear to him to require. Meaning, if at any point of time the houses are not there, and now think of this, right now the sessions are not going on, all MPs are in their own respective constituencies, enjoying life, contributing towards the people's benefits, etc., working for the people's welfare. What if we right now want to make a law urgently, tomorrow only? If the government wants to make a law tomorrow only, how will they make a law tomorrow? It is impossible. It is not possible to make a law tomorrow. Why? Because the MPs can't come in such a short notice. So, for this situation, or say a pandemic, right? when the MPs can't meet. In all these situations, if you have to make a law, the government has to make a law urgently, then what to do? Ordinance. That is why ordinance is seen as a temporary law. Ordinance is a temporary law. Clear? Now, one very important point here. When I say it's a temporary law, the reason to make this law is what? If the president is satisfied that circumstances exist which make it very, very urgent, very necessary, indispensable for him to take immediate action, he or she will take immediate action. Of course, it's not the power of president. He is simply signing the ordinance. The real power is of the prime minister. So, the president can promulgate ordinances, pass ordinances when either house is not in session. Why? Because if both houses are sitting and meeting in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, then they can pass the bill. Are we clear? So when houses are not in session, only then will this ordinance power be available. If houses are in session, then there is no such power. Okay. Now, I have used the word here, if you observe, temporary. Now, why this word temporary? Because law-making power should be with the legislature, the parliament. It would be wrong to give this power to the government. Separation of power. Legislature makes laws, government implements laws, right? So what happens is, whenever in the meantime, if it was very urgent, etc., some pandemic is there, we have to fight a war, etc., forcing the government to make a law. If this happened, that the government was forced, cornered into making a law, right? As soon as the houses come back after recess, when the break is over, the houses reassemble, the government has to table this ordinance in the house. That, guys, when you are not there, I made a law. Please look at it, approve it, right? So if the parliament approves it, that law, that ordinance becomes a full-fledged permanent law. If they don't approve it, it's gone, cancelled, thrown outside the window, torn away. Are we clear? So it shall be laid before both houses of the parliament. And that ordinance will continue. For how much time? For 6 weeks. Within these 6 weeks from the date of parliament meeting, the houses have to approve this ordinance. If they don't approve, then the ordinance will cease to operate. It will be cancelled automatically. So the life of the ordinance from the date the parliament assembles is 6 weeks, maximum 6 weeks, not beyond that. Are we clear so far? Okay, great. So the idea is that the law is temporary, meaning you cannot make a permanent law. So whenever the houses reassemble after break, this ordinance has to be shown to the MPs that, guys, when you are not here, I made this ordinance, please approve it. Within 6 weeks of time from the date when the houses meet, they have the time to approve it. If within 6 weeks the houses don't say, yes, yes, very good, excellent, we are passing this bill, then the ordinance is cancelled. It does not operate anymore. It's dead, over. In the words of Rahul Gandhi, khatam. Clear? This is with respect to ordinances. Now, one such pathetic type of question which is normally raised in books only. UPSC will not ask this stupid question. But beginners who prepare and read all these funny facts, they become excited. What's the maximum possible duration of an ordinance? Tell me. For how long can an ordinance continue without being approved by the parliament? Now you'll say 6 weeks, but that's not the answer. Let's imagine on the 31st of July, 31st of July 2023. At this point, the session ends. What do we call that? When the session comes to an end, what's the term used? Tell me. When the session comes to an end, the term used is proroguing the session. Prorogued. When the session ends of the parliament, then the president gets his chance to promulgate ordinance, or the government gets a chance to pass the ordinance. So they will promulgate this ordinance. Ordinance promulgated. Clear? Right now. Now, we all know very well that the next session must start before 6 months. So the gap between these two sessions cannot be more than 6 months. And then we have the next session. If you look at the, let's say, calculation here, it will come down to say 1st of February. 1st of Feb. Maximum time. Now, when the new session begins, then the ordinance has to be tabled within how many days? Ordinance to be placed in the parliament within 6 weeks from this date. So now, let's say the ordinance was passed on 1st of August. So entire 6 months plus 6 more weeks. So the maximum life of an ordinance can only be 6 months plus 6 weeks. Are we clear on this? 6 months from here, from the date of being promulgated till the next session, and when the next session starts, 6 more weeks. That's it. If you don't get it approved within these 6 weeks, the ordinance ceases to operate. It is over. If you get it approved, then the ordinance becomes a law because the parliament will make it a law. Okay. Now, just to give you some basic facts on ordinances, one very important point that you should know is that ordinances do have some genuine issues and concerns. What are the issues with ordinances? See, two issues. Issue number one is the violation of separation of powers. Violation of separation of powers. That's the first issue. Now, issue number two. What's the second? Why is it violation of separation of powers? Because right now we are giving the executive, the government, the power to make a temporary law. But we know very well that rightfully the lawmaking power should belong to the legislature. So here there is a problem. Secondly, whenever laws are made in the parliament, all the MPs will sit together, discuss, argue, raise questions, concerns, fight, right? Detailed discussion takes place. But when the Government makes a law, sitting behind closed doors in their office, no discussion. Ordinances are not discussed when they are passed initially. So, the very basic democratic norm of discussion is violated, right? So, no discussions means the norms, the principles of parliamentary democracy are flouted or violated. Clear? Flout means to violate something. These are two issues with ordinances. Now, this concept of ordinance comes from, of course, British India. So, this was introduced in 1861 by Lord Canning, Charles Canning. Of course, Britishers loved to use ordinances because they did not want any discussion on the laws they wanted to make. They kept on promulgating ordinances. 400 times they made ordinances, right? But post independence, no, during the Constituent Assembly discussions. What is a Constituent Assembly? Constituent Assembly is a body whose task is to create a constitution. So during those discussions, lot of people said that we should not have ordinance. It is wrong. Why should the government get a power to make laws? It violates separation of powers. But then Ambedkar and Nehru, both of them came together on this point and they said, see, there will be situations, sometimes some urgency, emergency, pandemics, etc., where we cannot simply call the MPs and the government has to take an action, make a law immediately. So, for that very small situation, we should have some scope. So, they termed, or Nehru called ordinances as evil but necessary. Necessary evil. That's what Nehru termed ordinances as. It is required what to do. And Nehru promised that don't worry, we will never misuse it. Whenever any leader says, don't misuse, I will not misuse, I promise. Whenever any leader says, don't worry, start worrying immediately. And that's exactly what happened. In the first 12 years, since 1950, 66 ordinances were promulgated. 66 times. The government wanted us to believe that it is so urgent, we could not even wait. In our country, the gap between sessions is 1 or 2 months. What's the urgency? Let the parliament come. Let us make a bill properly, have discussions. 66 times. Till 2014, we have had 668 ordinances, 668 times. And till 2022, last year, this year still continuing, we have seen 744 ordinances. The record holder in ordinances was the PV Narasimha Rao government in the 10th Lok Sabha, highest number of ordinances. In that Lok Sabha 5 years, 109 ordinances were promulgated. 109, right? That is every year 22 ordinances. Second highest is Indira Gandhi in the 5th Lok Sabha, 93 times. Then the record is shared by Rajiv Gandhi, the 7th Lok Sabha, and the previous Lok Sabha, the 16th one, Narendra Modi. 57 times. So you can see very well that ordinances are largely being used by the governments regularly. I mean, the point here is, if the president is satisfied that circumstances exist which render it necessary for him to take immediate action. Now, what are these circumstances? That's not defined. That's a loophole. In fact, we have seen ordinances being brought on homeopathy bill. By the medicine homeopathy takes years to take effect, and you are bringing ordinances. The government simply cannot wait for the parliamentary session to come and they promulgate ordinances. Now, this power to promulgate ordinances is with the states also, right? States also have the exact same power, but the article is different. There we have the governor. This is available to governors as well. For them, what's the article? The article is Article 213. Okay, so governors also have this power. Now, let me tell you a very interesting story. This story resulted in a very famous case called DC Vadhva case. This case was of 1987. DC Vadhva. Now, what's this case all about? This DC Vadhva case, the story starts in the great state of Bihar. So, back in 1980, one economics and history professor, or rather an economics professor only, DC Vadhva, was you know doing some research on the land tenure and the land reforms, etc., in the state of Bihar. He found that from 1967 to 1980, in the state of Bihar, 256 ordinances had been promulgated. 1967 to 1980, in Bihar, 256 ordinances. 256 times. But that's not all. He observed a very, very unique kind of creation. 69 ordinances were repromulgated. Now, what's the meaning of repromulgation? Interesting word. Please observe how repromulgation takes place. We have how many sessions? We start with a budget session, then we have the monsoon session, then we have the winter session. Again, which session starts? Back to the budget session, then we have the monsoon session, then we have the winter session. This continues, right? BMW. Now, what's the purpose of ordinance? That in this gap, recess, if we need to make a law, make a law. No problem. What was observed was the government, it would wait for the session to come to an end. Now, session ends, session ends, session ends, session ends, session ends, session ends. Now, what does the government do? Government, as soon as the session ends, here only, it will promulgate an ordinance. Ordinance promulgated, approved. Now you know very well this ordinance will continue here till here. Just before the session starts, it continues. When the session starts, for 6 weeks it can continue. It continues. and then at some point of time this ordinance ends. Why? Because the government did not table the ordinance only in the house, it deliberately let the ordinance expire. No problem, let it expire. As soon as the session came to an end, the government brought the same ordinance again, same ordinance. Again, this ordinance continues till here. Then for 6 more weeks, again let it expire. Don't table it only. Again, bring the same ordinance here. Again, let it continue here till here. Again for 6 more weeks. Again, don't place it in the house. Let it expire. Again, bring the same ordinance here. This process sometimes was continued for 9, 10, 14 years, right? This is called repromulgation. You are promulgating the same ordinance over and over and over again without taking any effort to table the ordinance in the house, tell the MPs or MLA that guys, when you are not here, we made the ordinance. No, you let it lapse, let it expire because you are waiting for the session to come to an end. Because if the ordinance is on some very controversial topic, then in the house MPs will ask a question, then media reports will be there, then media will scold you, right? So to avoid all that, simply keep on re-promulgating the same ordinance. Are we clear on re-promulgation? Okay, now comes the big question here. If you read this article, does this article say you cannot bring the same ordinance again? Please read the article and tell me, where is it mentioned that you can't do it? Tell me. Does the article say anywhere that you can bring an ordinance only once? It is not mentioned. So, frankly speaking, the Bihar government was not doing anything wrong. Constitutionally, they found a loophole because our great makers of the constitution did not think this through, that in future we will have these kind of politicians also who will misuse this as well. Now, why does any government need to repromulgate? There are various reasons. Number one, the government may not have majority in the Rajya Sabha. Number two, it's a coalition government. So one party wants the law, other party has some problem. Number three, the bill is very controversial. So if they try to bring a proper bill, discussions can take place. It may not be passed in the House. Because of these reasons, they try to repromulgate. Now, when this matter went to Supreme Court, frankly, Supreme Court was also shocked. But Supreme Court scolded the Bihar government, scolded the government, and said, "What is this nonsense?" And in this case only, the judge, Justice Bhagwati, made a statement and said that Supreme Court said that this behavior of repromulgation is a fraud on the Constitution. Fraud. Now, Supreme Court could not call it unconstitutional. Why? Supreme Court could not call it unconstitutional because the Constitution never stopped it. So it had to call it a fraud and scolded the Bihar government for bringing so many ordinances. See, there is no limit to how many ordinances you can bring in the recess: 1, 2, 10, 15, 20, 100. But the problem is, why are you bringing the same thing again and again in every recess? If you think that something is very urgent, whenever the houses meet, bring it and get it passed. Make it a proper law. Why this need of a temporary law? You are running away from discussions in the house because you know that when you bring such an ordinance, it will not stand the scrutiny of the discussion because you are trying to do something wrong. So, though it is not important, but the three ordinances in question here, where the Bihar Forest Produce Regulation of Trade Ordinance, the Bihar Intermediate Education Council uh, Ordinance, and one more was, I think, the uh, Bihar Brick Supply Control Ordinance. Names not important. So, specially quoted these ordinances that they were being repromulgated. I have shown you 3 times only. This was done for 9 years, 10 years, every time. Anyway, so Bihar government got a scolding from the Supreme Court. Now, you would think that after a scolding, Bihar government would have improved its behavior. Sadly, let me just clarify, and I think you'd also agree. Scolding in our country never works. Did it work on you? No, right? Your parents have been scolding you since you're a small child. Thrashing works. They thrash and we improve. Scolding and all, no, 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 no. Right? Anyway, in the same state, not in some other state, in the same state, within a gap of 2 years, again the Bihar government started promulgating ordinances. So, what happened was this time the story is in the same state of Bihar, which got scolding in 1989. They started, what happened was there were these Sanskrit schools, but private Sanskrit schools. So the Bihar government took control of all these private schools. So the ordinance was called Bihar non-government Sanskrit schools taking over of management ordinance. Very simple name. There were roughly 429 such schools. So when the government took over the control, these schools became government schools, and the government started paying salary to these Sanskrit teachers. Teachers are very happy. Oh, government job, permanent job. Now they are getting married, taking dowry, enjoying life. But Bihar government again started the same thing. They kept on bringing the same ordinance again, again, again. They were not taking any step to get it passed as a bill. Finally, a new government came to power. It did not bring the ordinance. Ordinance lapsed, lapsed, dead, over. All the so-called government Sanskrit schools again became private schools because those schools were government schools only till the ordinance was running. Ordinance stopped, they became private schools. So government said, sorry, private school, why should I pay the salary? People suddenly lost their government job. People's spouses are getting angry. Oh, you married me because of government job. Come on, give my dowry back. All this started happening. The teachers went to High Court, from High Court to Supreme Court, 2 judge bench, 3 judge bench, 5 judge bench, 7 judge bench. Finally, Supreme Court gave a judgment on this matter very, very quickly. This case, which started in 1990, Supreme Court gave a judgment very quickly in 2017. The fast pace of delivery of justice in the country. Okay, so this is the Krishna Kumar Singh case. Krishna Kumar Singh case where the Supreme Court, but yes, it was delayed, but the judgment was very appropriate. Here, Supreme Court gave strict guidelines to follow and has taken a lot of control over the ordinances now. Clearly, uh, so see, somebody says that, sir, will not the governor ask before signing? Come on, governors also are just like presidents. What to do? Governors are also presidents only in the state. Don't ever have the feeling that governor is super powerful. Maybe in the case of states, governor has slightly more powers. But in case of ordinances and all, they are exactly the same. They also have to follow the advice of council of ministers only. So don't think that they can question and all. No, no, no. That's not happening. Anyway, so in the Krishna Kumar Singh case, Supreme Court said, firstly, number one, when you are promulgating ordinances, we want to know what's this urgent need? What's the circumstance? Because Article 123 says that if the president, the government is satisfied, that there are some circumstances, very, very urgent. Why? What's the urgency? Prove it to me. Show it to me. So Supreme Court said, by if you promulgate ordinances, we can judicially review it. Simple. Now, this is nothing new because this was said by Supreme Court earlier also, back in 1970. Was said earlier as well in the R.C. Cooper case 1970. This was a case where Indira Gandhi brought an ordinance and took control of private sector banks and made them public overnight. 14 banks in our country were nationalized overnight. That is the Cooper case. Anyway, so ordinance promulgation is subject to judicial review. Point number two. So what we had been seeing was that these governments, when they brought ordinance, now of course this ordinance will stop operating 6 weeks after the house reassembles. This means that you should table this ordinance in the house, let the house see what you have done. So they were not submitting the ordinance only, they were letting it expire. Supreme Court said, no, 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 you can't do this. It is mandatory constitutional obligation on the government to lay the ordinance before the legislature. Whether you like it or not, you have to table the ordinance in the house. Let the house see what you have done. Nonsense. Okay. Number three. Now, Supreme Court said that see, re-promulgation will not be allowed. But that's where Supreme Court gave a small window. It said may be allowed in exceptional situations. May be allowed in exceptional situations. One such example would be if time in the house is insufficient to discuss the ordinance. Now let's say you table the ordinance, but because the discussion could not take place completely, the ordinance lapsed. Session is over. Now what to do? The task is still pending. So in that case, yes, government, no problem. Bring it. No problem. But the governments have become very smart. Now what they'll do is, when the session starts, they will keep quiet. They will discuss all other bills. When the session is about to end, just last few days, they'll table the ordinance. Now let's discuss this also. Now only 2 days are left. How to discuss that? There's no time only. Imagine your life. Back in your school days, when you got your report card, right? Get it signed by your father, not your mother. Father, what would you do? You will wait. Next morning, before your father would leave for office, he was outside the gate, about to sit in his bike, scooter, car, whatever. And then you show the report card. Sign, please. Now, what could he do? 2, 3 slaps, 2, 3 kicks at best. Nothing. You are saved. Right? So, this is what the government also does. 2 days left. 5 minutes left. Now, 5 minutes is too much of an exaggeration, but very less time is left. And they table the ordinance. Now discuss. No time. Sorry, no time. Again, repromulgate. Clear? So this is there with respect to repromulgation. Though it is not allowed, but Supreme Court says exceptionally may be done. And our governments always find the exception. And lastly, Supreme Court also said that see, if ordinance is not approved by the parliament, that is, if not approved by legislature, then every action that you took in the meantime. For example, you promulgate the ordinance here. The ordinance continues. You have taken some action in the name of the temporary law. When you bring this ordinance in the house says, how dare you make this stupid law? Cancel it. Cancel. It's cancelled. Please undo all the steps that you have taken here as far as possible. Clear? So all actions taken under the name of the ordinance should be taken back as far as possible. This is with respect to the ordinances. Done. Now, just to add our few points here, again, our suggestions. What we can suggest further here when it comes to ordinances. Point number one. Firstly, it is very, very important to understand that this kind of vagueness, circumstances exist. This is not justified. Please, we have to modify the law, define circumstances. Proper definition of circumstances which would create a need for ordinance. Number two, see, if you are saying that it is very, very urgent right now, we cannot wait also. 20 days, no, we can't wait. Okay, no problem. Do it. MPs can't come today, can't come tomorrow, but they can come in 15 days. It's possible. So if you have promulgated an ordinance, there should be a special sitting within maybe 15 days for the MPs to come and discuss on the ordinance. Urgent sitting to discuss ordinance must be conducted uh, within 1 to 2 weeks. That can be a suggestion. Number three, see, one thing you have to understand, all this is nonsense. Repromulgation should not be allowed under any circumstance. As simple as that. Repromulgation should not be allowed under any circumstance. And also, one more thing, let's see, the president, yes, we understand that you are just a rubber stamp, blah blah blah, it's okay, understand, but at least you can use article 74, sending back once. That sends a message that there's something wrong. So president and the governors should exercise caution. At least return it once. Let's see what the or how the government reacts. So these are some suggestions that may be incorporated if a question is asked, which it has been asked, ordinance, in the main examination. Okay, it's a very important topic, though I'm not sure how important it is right now because last year only a question was asked. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Oh, sorry, day after tomorrow on Friday. Done. Ordinances. Now let's come to, so some of you are now very very upset that what is this, even ordinance is a power of government only, then what, why the hell do you have the president? Calm down. Now we will actually discuss something which is a real power of the Indian president. Real power. Yes, discretionary power. Full real power. Complete authority of the Indian president. That is called the veto power. So firstly, what is the meaning of veto? Veto. Veto is the official power to refuse to accept something, to refuse to allow something. That's called veto. Veto means the official power to refuse to allow or accept. So, how this power functions is in the case of bills, proposals in the parliament. This power is not against the government, this power is against the legislature. So, point number one, very simple. Firstly, if there is any ordinary bill in the house, for ordinary bills, what are these bills? General bills, bills which have no monetary matter, ordinary bills. How does this system function? You start in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So, in the Lok Sabha plus Rajya Sabha, both these houses together, what they will do? They will pass the bill. Passage of bill. Bill is passed. Bill passed. Once the bill is passed, it goes to the president. Why? It goes to president for what? For his assent. Now the president says, oh, houses, amazing work, great. What a bill. President gives assent. What is assent? Approval. Signature, assent. Signed, done. So this means bill becomes act. Done. First class only. Sometimes the president can refuse to give assent. So the president can either withhold the assent or even reject the bill. Bill comes, the president throws it away. I won't sign. This is also a case where bill ends, dead. You have not signed only, bill is dead. This power to reject, refuse to sign, reject the bill, this power is called absolute veto. Absolute veto. But let me just tell you something. This absolute veto is done on the advice of the Council of Ministers, not on his own. So, this is not his real power. But wait. Just like in the case of the advice of Council of Ministers, the president can also send back the bill. Yes, can do it. President says, guys, you have sent me a bill, very nice, but I feel that there is this clause which I don't like. Can you please look into it? Please look into it. Now, houses see the bill again. They say, President, very good suggestion, and they make a change. Or they say, President, sorry, we can't make a change. You please sign. If the houses pass again, if passed again, right, with same majority, meaning more than half the people pass it again with same majority, more than half the people, then president must give assent. Now, this is his real power to send it back once. Now, you will say, what is this? You are saying that the president sends back the bill once for reconsideration. And what kind of real power is this? So, see, this is a power where, at least for a temporary period, the president has caused some delay in the passage of bill. For a temporary period, the president has caused some delay in the passage of bill. And that is why we call this kind of power as a suspensive veto. It is his own discretionary power, suspensive veto. Point number two, discretion. This was used in the case of Dr. Kalam in 2006 when he sent back the Office of Profit Bill. But sadly, the Congress passed the bill again, forcing Dr. Kalam to give his assent. Right? Finally, the most amazing power of the Indian president, which is actually the real power. The president gets the bill. What he does is he takes no action. The president is not refusing to sign. The bill comes to president. He says, "Oh, the bill has come for my signature." Okay, okay, let me read it. After 2 days, Parliament says, "Sir, ma'am, bill. Today my hand is paining. Hand is paining. Can't sign." Again after a few days, not in the mood right now. Headache happening. Can't sign. I'm not saying I won't sign. I'm simply saying that give me some time. Wait, wait, wait. Please have patience. After a few days, system got formatted. Bill was there only. Copy lost. See, I am not saying I won't sign. I am not signing also. It's like I have taken the bill, kept in the pocket, roaming around here and there, doing every damn thing, but not signing the bill. This now here, the bill is pending. This is what is known as pocket veto. Keeping the bill in the pocket. For how much time? Indefinite period. You cannot, Constitution does not prescribe any time limit for the president to sign. No time limit. That's the beauty of veto power. There is absolutely no time limit on the president to sign. And that's the worst. See, I'll give you a better example that you will understand. Imagine you send somebody a WhatsApp message expressing your emotions towards a person, nice DP or whatever nonsense, right? The person blocks you, or the person says yes, it's a response. But you send the message. See, if the person says don't text me and blocks you, they have rejected your proposal, rejected. But you send the message and there are two blue ticks, but no response has come. Neither yes nor no. Meaning what? You are waiting now. Pocket veto. No action has been taken on your response. Are we clear on this? Difference between withholding assent. Withholding means I am not signing. I have refused to sign. I am telling you I am not signing. Rejecting your proposal. So in all the cases when your proposal was rejected, that was absolute veto. And in all those cases where the two blue ticks were there and no response came till now, that's a pocket veto. I do not want to touch anybody's nerves here. Sorry to make a personal attack. Some of you to remind you of your past situations. But anyway, are we clear on this? This is what is the veto power. Now, see, you may ask, why did Dr. Kalam not use pocket veto? We don't really know why he did not use pocket veto. Maybe Dr. Kalam believed that uh, if he sent something back, the Congress would no look into it with much more sincerity. So that was his belief. Clear? So this is with respect to the pocket veto, and just two more points. Very simple to understand. Number two, if the bill is a money bill, for money bills, president cannot use suspensive veto. And number three, for constitutional amendment bills. What are these types of bills? We'll discuss later on. I'm just giving these pointers. President has to give assent. Mandatory. This was made mandatory via the 24th Amendment Act 1971. So, no veto can be used. This is only in the case of constitutional amendment bill. And one more point before somebody acts over smart saying, sir, we can use suspensive and then pocket. No, 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 no. Two veto powers cannot be combined. Two vetoes can't be used together. Done. Are we clear? I will please request all of you to understand that this veto power is against the parliamentary bill. Please don't relate this to Article 74. Article 74 is the advice of the Prime Minister, executive advice, order, right? This is a bill, a law, comes from Parliament. Veto power is against the Parliament, not against the Prime Minister. If the PM says, sir, sign, he signs the order. But this bill comes from Parliament. The Parliament is sending it. So he or she can use pocket veto. I hope this point is clear. Now, some of you may say, sir, in case of money bills, can the president use pocket veto? Yes, he can. Because nothing is mentioned in the constitution. Let me remind you. In the constitution, what it says is the president cannot send back a money bill. That's it. This means other options may be available. So it is neither denying nor accepting. Clear? That's it. So that is all as far as today's discussion is concerned. Let us end our discussion here today. Tomorrow we'll meet again to discuss the remaining 2 or 3 slides on the chapter president, and we'll continue further. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. I'll take your questions now. And also, I would like to just mention uh, very quickly what is to be done tomorrow or for tomorrow. So, as usual, the same thing, PPTs, NCRT chapter 3, the book Political Theory. For people who are preparing for 2024, monthly magazine, 10 pages. For everybody Please read the next two articles of Yojana, month of July, the gist, and of course, read the editorials. These things need to be done, and then only enjoy your life. Okay. Now, let's take some queries. Tharuni, I will discuss this on tomorrow also and on Friday. So wait for that. No, Guru, gist is sufficient. No, Soya, there are 10 chapters in NCRT, not 8. Lakshya, who will take charge of both VP and president? See, when the president is not there and VP is not there, then the CGI becomes the president. But when VP is not there, there is nothing to be done. In the Rajya Sabha, there is a person called deputy chairperson. He becomes the chairperson. No problem there. Sneha, it can be used for any kind of bill. Yeshwant, that is true. Online meetings are possible, but then some MPs will start claiming, "Oh, this is violating equality. What about us, etc." So that can be a drama done by them. Yes, Megha. Shubha, pocket veto. Example of pocket veto. Very good example is the case of this Gyani Zail Singh. So Zail Singh used the pocket veto in 1986 when a bill was sent by Rajiv Gandhi government which wanted to modify the Indian Post Office Act of 1888, which was introducing very draconian provisions which could give the government the power to even attack the privacy of individuals. So he did not sign, did not reject, did not sign. Pocket veto. Sir, when first budget of parliament is started, not the budget session starts. The Rajya Sabha MPs come to Lok Sabha and sit there. There's ample seating, they can sit there. And then the discussion takes place there. The House assembles together. Vidya, online, online, Google search. Anuj, I just explained this point, Anuj. That veto power is reference to parliament. Why are you dragging article 74 here? Article 74 says executive orders. If the president wants to make a policy decision and says, President, please sign, I want to attack Pakistan, you have to sign. But here we are referring to a bill. Are we clear? Bills passed by parliaments which become laws. Here they can use veto powers. No, veto powers are not mentioned in the constitution directly as words. The underlying meaning is mentioned. The word is not mentioned. Yes, Lakshya, reply first, given by the not the court, by the authorities only, president or governor. Okay, Rifa, great. See the lecture again and again. Enjoy it. Tharuni, what are you saying? If the house is dissolved, then where is the MLA? MLA will only be there if the house is there. No house, no MLA. Then how will he be an MLA to take part? Dwepayan veto power is there, right? How can you say it's got nothing? They have some powers. Poonam, as I said, VP is the president of a chairperson of Rajya Sabha. If VP is not there, then somebody who is already been appointed as deputy chairperson becomes a temporary chairperson. Sajida, go on Google, type Yojana Gist Byju's and download the Yojana Gist from there. Yes, Yogi, that's possible. Vidya online. Chanduru, sometimes when there is a change of government, and then a new government comes, it can ask the president, sir, don't sign the bill. Rifa, that's totally up to you. You can do it, no problem. Chandani, veto is an exceptional power. Why do you want to use it effectively and efficiently? It's an exceptional situation. You want to make it a norm that use veto every day. No, no, no. Bhuvnesh, just revise. Just revise. Don't worry. Shoyab, that's now there are various theories behind it. One such theory is that she did not become the prime minister because of the intervention of Rahul Gandhi, right? Because Rahul Gandhi was slightly afraid that something might happen to her. Now, this is just a theory said by some of the media persons. So we don't know what's the real reason. Yes, Divya, there is also an example of absolute veto used in 1954 by Dr. Rajendra Prasad in case of the Pepsu money bill or Pepsu budget. Yes, Poonam, it is mandatory in both the houses. Only both the houses can pass a proposal, right? A.S. Hussain, why this excitement? Tomorrow we'll discuss the election of the vice president. Oh, Azhar, amazing remarks here. Great. Aman, yes, of course, multiple times. Tejas, that can't be explained right now. It requires you to have knowledge of Article 370. We'll discuss that when the time comes. Don't worry. Okay, Jayanta, since you were not here, I suppose it is mentioned here. Okay. Now, A.S. Hussain, BRS is not a national party. You can call yourself any kind of party. To be a national party, you have to meet certain criteria. The criteria is not met by BRS as of now. Okay, guys, you have your experts who are addressing your concerns. In the meantime, they'll address all these concerns and we'll meet tomorrow. Again, the same old story. Please revise as many times as you can. Read the finer details of all the points I have mentioned. Mug up everything. Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that is all for me. Jai Hind.